Good evening, good afternoon, good day, depending on where you are in the world. Happy Saturday? I honestly don't know what day it is. Typical. It had a long weekend because of the American holiday of Independence Day this past Thursday. If I'm not looking at the cameras because I'm trying to look for some lights for the background. There, and that should work. And maybe nope. Hey, that sort of worked. Why? That was the wrong one. And it was right next to there. That doesn't make a difference back there. Anyway. So, today, we're going to kind of pull a page out of Allie's book. Let me just keep it down just a smidge. That's better. Pull a page out of Allie's book, and we're going to do a long haul. So, when we first got the Cessna 3, or Cessna, wow. It's been a minute since I've done this. The Boeing 307 Stratoliner, as a famous flyer, local legend, I don't remember. One of those fancy ones. And it was just kind of one of those, the what now? Well, I've done some digging, and it turns out these are actually used in the early stages of World War II. And they were designated, the United States Army Air Forces basically had control of 8 Boeing 307 Stratoliners, and they redesignated them the C-75. Well, they purchased 5 of them from TWA, Trans World Airlines. And basically, they paid for them, but they also kept the crews and the pilots to operate them, and they were named after different Native American tribes. So there's Comanche, Cherokee, which we're flying today, Zuni, Apache, and Navajo. Then there were 3 that the Air Forces allowed Pan Am to continue to own and operate, but under the direction of the Army Air Forces, the War Department. And those were Clippers. So you had the Clipper Rainbow, the Clipper Clipper Comet, and the Clipper Flying Cloud. Fast forward into March of 1942. Well, it's at the very beginning of the war in Europe with American involvement. And they sent over a lot of brass, including Dwight Eisenhower, among other high-ranking officials, to both prepare for Operation Torch and to negotiate the Lend-Lease deal. So this all started in March of 42. And the flight that took Ike and other high-ranking officials from the United States to England, it started in Washington, D.C., flew up to New York, made a fuel stop, and then flew all the way up to Gander for another fuel stop, and from there, from Gander, they went all the way to Reykjavik, up in Iceland, and from then they went to Prestwick and then London. Massive undertaking. By my calculations on SkyVector, at about 15,000 feet, the flight takes about 16 hours. And they did this for the better part of 1942 in the middle and later part of the year, they were doing it 16 times a month. That is a long flight. That's a lot. But it was a lot faster than a boat. So, I figured, what the heck? I like exposing people to history, especially little known history, which I didn't know any of this until I started looking into the 307. So I'm like, okay, it's vintage. It looks, other than the cigar-shaped fuselage, it kind of looks like a B-17, which is accurate. It has the tail and the wings of the early B-17s. The engine cowlings are a bit different. They don't really have the cowl flaps that a B-7, the more well-known B-17 models had. But, it's the same basic engine, landing gear, wings as a B-17, tail as a B-17. The main difference was the fuselage. It was actually pressurized. Now, when the Army, with the 5 that the Army bought from TWA, they removed all the pressurization stuff, which realistically means that they couldn't fly much higher than 10,000 feet. So while they're over the Atlantic, the North Atlantic, they still had to be careful of U-boats. That's always a hairy task. So for this particular stream, we're not doing the whole 16 hours. No. I'm not Allison Johnson. I don't do ridiculously long streams. I'm in a spot right now where I have the motivation to stream, and the will to stream, and the inspiration to stream. So I'm striking while the iron's hot. But yeah, and there's actually there's also an improvement mod for the 307 on flightsim.to, and I'm giving that a shot. I've done a couple of short hops with it, and I haven't really noticed that big of a difference. So we'll see. I don't know. And if you hear any background noise coming from my mic, I've got like 3 fans within 3 fans within 8 feet of me. Trying to keep it kind of cool in here, because it's kind of warm and it's expensive to run the air conditioning. So, with that said, we hop in the cockpit, and yes, I'm going to use the GPS. I don't care. Alright, so we're in there. I need to get my flight plan. So we are starting here. We're going to get the engine started and get everything warming up before we start putting in the navigation information in, just because these are old radial engines. They need a little time to warm up, and luckily I've already did a short hop. What the heck airport did I start off at last night? So last night I started off from Manassas Municipal, just to kind of give the mod a feel. Kind of flew up south of Dulles, landed at Reagan, and decided, I don't really feel like flying out of Reagan for this, so I've gone to Andrews Air Force Base. So that's where we're at right now. And we're going to go fly up towards JFK. We're going to kind of get close to the coast. I'm trying to add some NDBs because it's the closest thing to the radio navigation that they would have had in World War II. And because I can. But, first things first, we're going to shuffle over. Make sure our mixtures are at full rich. We are on ground power. Okay, all our fuel selectors are on main. We want to make sure that we have fuel. We're going to top off on fuel. We're a little over. So we're going to Now down to, let's see what that is, 70% in the out. Oh, we want the inwards to be full, isn't it? Outwards. So we're going to give those 70% outward. Okay, let's go to 50% in the outboards. That's still not enough. We need to drop some payload. So 32 minutes. Let's see, let's kind of move. Getting closer. There we are. Just for good measure, them two. Alright, so we have fuel. We're within our max payload. We're going to close that. Okay, we're on external power. Props forward. Throttle cracked. And then we're going to go. So engine 3 startup. So we want to make sure our beacon is on. Compass, don't need that on yet. We'll turn the position lights on just for good measure. Alright. Booster pump. Mags. We want to prime. Wait a couple seconds. Boost. Wait a couple seconds. Start. Okay, turn that guy off. Turn the booster pump off. Engine 4 mags. Boost pump. Prime. Boost. Start. Is it not? Okay. Let's try that again. We're trying to get electricity. It's kind of surprising because we're on electric. We're on Transition lights out, generators are on. Okay. Pump. Prime. Boost. Start. I think she's just struggling with electricity right now. Let's get that up to try to get this to 15 inches or 1500 RPM, see if that helps with the electric system. Just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. It's not how I wanted to do it, but whatever. Okay, inverter. Battery power. I'm going to set this for 9,500. Standby. That was annoying. Lower the RPMs. Try to get close to 1,000. close that window, and we're going to program GPS. We're going to put this one on flight plan. So we are at A D W Joint Base Andrews. First waypoint is RNB. R. Melville. Then NEL. And then it's JFK. K J F K Kennedy International. That's leg one. Alright. Get our feet on the. Close the windows. Check to the left. Check to the right. Parking brake off, and we're rolling. Test the brakes. Brakes work. Use flow to check the wind. 260. So we'll go to the far end. It's going to be a crosswind. That's fun. And we are rolling. And the closest thing do we have to a B-17 at the moment? Pardon me. Not exactly staying on the center line, but we're getting moved around a little bit. So for right now, we're going to pretend that we don't have any sort of pressurization, because when the Army got a hand on the TWA models, they took it all out. Saved weight. And that reduces the amount of the altitude, because especially flying passengers, well, you're not just going to have everybody wear a mask for hours on end. You know, it's not like in a B-17 where you have a crew of 10 and you're going to go up to 20,000 feet and everybody's wearing masks and heated suits. You know, this is, you're hauling high-ranking officials and members of government to, you know, across an ocean. You want them comfortable, but you also want to be, you know, save weight where needed. That out. What's our tail number? 37348. So Army 7348, holding short of the runway 19 right for departure to the northeast. Look that way, traffic's clear. Look that way, traffic is clear. Runway is ours. Yeah. Alright. Okay, line up on the runway. Stop. Tail wheel. Where is the tail wheel lock? Parking brake, de-ice. Throttle lock. I'm gonna move these to auto rich. Where the heck is how about the big lever in the center of all the levers? The big white one in the center going, hey, tail wheel lock. Maybe that's the one. Alright. We've got 1 notch flaps. Just help with takeoff. We're going to have landing lights on. Get those back on. Compass light on. Don't need that. No smoking. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Don't want to get past 40. Airspeed's alive, tail's coming up on its own. 12 days to keep her straight. Right wing's coming up because of the crosswind. We're off the ground, positive rate, gear's coming up. Just like a B-17. Some right trim in there for now. Flaps coming up. Dial the RPM back just a smidge so we're not redlining it the whole time. Going to make a right turn. Yeah, Reagan National right there, right ahead of us. Of course, the Capitol itself. A little stuttery. It's to be expected. There's Andrews. Level off. Trim nose up a little. Still trying to maintain some climb at 2,000 feet. We'll start our turn to course. Alright. Autopilot on. There we are. 600 foot a minute. We're following nav. We're waiting to intercept. A little bit of a stutter. Okay, we're gonna get that back up to 40. We'll dial these back down into the green, so about 23. Slide over here so I can read. We're going to keep it at auto rich for climb. It's a little bouncy over DC right now. Everybody's in the 777. I'm in this. This was doing long hauls before the 777 thought of them. We're getting a little stuttery just because of the region. So pardon the stutterage on the stream. Two-tone Murphy's in. Months and months. How long has it been? It's been a long time, man. Long time, my friend. 47 months. Man alive. Good to be seen, if I'm honest. Did a quick test last night, and things seemed to go okay, so I figured today'd be a good chance to do the thing. And we're going to we just took off from Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C., and we're making our way up to JFK. From there, we're going to head to Gander, up in Canada, getting ready to do a hauling Eisenhower and some other officials. It's March 1942, getting ready to negotiate the Lend-Lease deal. and prepare for Operation Torch. And we're flying the 307 or the C-75. This one is Comanche. I think the livery was by Yankees. I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, but just he got all 5 of the tribe named liveries done. Well, I'm also running an improvement mod. It's way different than it was at launch. I've been able to do. I did a what day was it? Friday, Thursday, Friday, someday. I did a flight from Iceland to Lossiemouth. It was about 4 hours. Not a problem. Well, there was a problem, but it was a me problem, which that's me. But the plane did very well, and I'm on autopilot. It's not trying to kill me. That's kind of what I lean to as well. But honestly, I would give it a go. Try the improvement mod that's on TO, and check it out. I learned so much about some of the early war stuff because of this releasing. I didn't know squat about it before Aeroplane Heaven released it. And then they put it out and I started digging. I was like, oh, this is actually really important back in, the early stages of the war. Because it's from DC to London in this plane is roughly 16 hours. And if you break it into thirds, it's from DC to Gander to Iceland, and then Iceland to London. To break it down into roughly even. Sky Factor says the total trip is 3,275.4 nautical miles. And it goes up and around. You bypass Greenland completely. And of course, I'm going on some basic routes. They did end up later in 42 adding a couple of bases as alternates for or up in Greenland. So that it wasn't just relying on Iceland. But they still had to, because when the Army bought these off TWA, they stripped out all the pressurization, save weight. So they had to fly relatively low over the Atlantic, and they still had to be careful of U-boats. Imagine that, flying in an airliner and you're worried about submarines. But other than that, like I said, she's performing real well. I've got no real complaints. Any issues that I've encountered have pretty much been me problems and not the plane problem. I can live with that. Can't say I put it through all of her paces, but okay, our altitude is 7,000 feet. So we're going to go over here. And we're going to on a lean. full as high as we can. And we're running on climb. Ground speed's about 190. Indicated's about 172, give or take. There's 7,500. We got 2,000 feet to go until cruise. And this leg, we've got a little under 20 minutes. Now that's not to JFK, that's just to our next turn. I think we're going over Dover right now, or Delaware. Or Maryland. Maryland. Yeah, she's doing everything she's supposed to. Just keeping an eye on the dials. Temps are good, pressures are good. Yeah, we're doing good. It's not terribly dissimilar from looking out of, this window on a B-17, but there's no cowl flaps, which is strange. There's 9,500. We reached cruise. And we're just going to dial the throttle back just a smidge to 30 inches. So it's 30 inches and 2,200. Should give us a nice economical cruise. economical but fast. Well, economical but quick. Our indicated's about 180, ground speed's 206. Which for a transport back in those days was pretty good. She's definitely an odd-looking bird when you look at the fuselage. I mean, everywhere else she looks like a B-17. But that fuselage is something different. Looks like something out of Thunderbirds. Yeah. She's like the vintage equivalent to a C-17, the Moose. But, I mean, she had a purpose. There weren't many built. What, less than 10 of them? Ten, exactly. 8 of them went to the United States military during the war. So, a little bit of Wikipedia about it. Following the entry of the United States into World War II in December of 1941, long-range transports were needed to ferry government and military officials around the globe, and many aircraft, including TNWAs? I think this is TWAs. Boeing 307s were pressed into service. Beginning in February of 1942, these were flown to Albuquerque, New Mexico for conversion, which included the removal of the plush but heavy civilian fittings, including the massive mirrors in the women's charm room, and the pressurization system to save weight. The sound insulation was also stripped out, leaving the cabin much noisier than it had been. The forward men's washroom and 2 of the 4 forward compartments were replaced with 5 gravity-fed 212.5 U.S. gallon fuel tanks and a 45 U.S. gallon oil tank that fed via wobble pump, along with a rest area for the crew. A desk was added behind the pilot for a radio operator who had a 50-watt Bendix TA-12 high-frequency Morse transmitter and a BC 348 tunable receiver. Wow, I can't read. A 400-foot trailing wire antenna was used with a 5-pound lead weight on the end, which the radio operator needed to remember to reel in by hand when loading or when landing. Inexperience sometimes led to either antenna being torn off or lashing against the fuselage. That's brilliant. An astrodome was fitted, and the Perspex top windows, which produced excessive parallax, were replaced with optically flat glass to allow the navigator to take star shots. Passenger facilities were reduced to 4 bunks, which, when folded away, allowed seating for 12, along with 4 seats along the opposite side of the aircraft. Removable tables were provided in the cabin to lay out maps and do paperwork. Grander sides. Each aircraft was painted on the nose and over the cabin door. So, here and then inside. After 3 years, the Army Air Force had amassed sufficient long-range transports that it no longer needed the C-75s, and they sold the fleet back to TWA, who paid to have them converted back to civil standard under Boeing's SA-307B-1 designation. CAA concerns over cracks in the wing spar tubing led to the TWA Stratoliners getting new B-17G wings and horizontal tail, with the leading edge of the longer span, narrower chord horizontal stabilizer, so the tail. New propellers and landing gear were also installed. The change to the tailplane required that the structural bulkhead supporting the forward spar be moved aft, while the rear bulkhead was reworked and additional fuselage stiffeners were added. The tailwheel switched to using B-17G wheels and 26-inch smooth tread tires, which required that the wheel well be enlarged and structures supporting the tailwheel reinforced. The main undercarriage wheels, tires, tubes, and brakes remained unchanged, although the legs themselves were strengthened. This is where it gets interesting. The fuselages were stripped to bare metal and rewired with a 24-volt DC 1800 amp system from the B-29. So another thing that's really interesting about this too, I'm going to see if I can find it. Yeah, so when they were developing the Model 322, Boeing was derived from the 307. Development of 307 was similar fuselage, but with a mid-mounted wing and a nose wheel, and configured as a bomber, and it eventually evolved into the B-29. So not only is this kind of an evolution, or kind of a cousin of the B-17, this is basically the genesis of the B-29. It had the pressurization systems, and it just took a little tweaking here and there, and this basically turned into the B-29. Isn't that interesting? So the only customers outside of, I don't want to say that, just 1, 2, 3. There was only 4 customers for the 307, and that was TWA, or I guess it was T and WA, Transcontinental and Western Air, whatever. Pan Am, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes had 1. And then I'm going to assume the delivery customer for the one that says none was Boeing itself, probably wanted to keep 1. And looking at some of the photos of it, they even have one that's just like, it has a tail just like the old B-17 like Bs. No, like just the weird kind of not shaped whatever. It's weird. Fun story about the Howard Hughes 307. It eventually got turned into a boat and is now owned by Kermit Weeks down in Florida, where he's trying to fix it. Or I don't know how. I think he's going to just try to make it like a boat, or at least something that can sit in the water. I can't see him remaking that as an airplane. That'd be insanity. So yeah, this, for being an airplane that most people were just like, huh, when they let it out, it's actually a very interesting aircraft, and turned out to be very useful, even in wartime. So a lot of people think that that America was super ready for World War II. We weren't. We were vastly underprepared. The only benefit that we really had when it came to getting ready for World War II was we saw what was going on in East Asia. We saw what was going on in Europe, and our government was just like, hey, maybe we should start, thinking about being ready for it, even if we don't really want to get involved. The populace was against it. The populace was very against getting involved with World War II. We didn't want to get involved until we got hit by at Pearl Harbor. Then public opinion changed. But after World War I, the U.S. military was very small and very non-modernized. It didn't really even get that much modernized until the mid-30s. A lot of even just general doctrine for regular army wasn't really, didn't really change that much. In fact, military aviation was hard fought for even into the 20s, because everybody was still convinced it was going to be all about tanks and this and that, and they really were dismissing aviation as being a part of warfare. And Billy Mitchell was a huge proponent and got himself into a lot of trouble, but eventually exonerated, because he proved that military aviation was going to be key in the future, even for his near future and for the future a long time, and because he turned out to be right. Because all the old salts in the military at the time were just like, oh, it's all going to be about the Navy and tanks. Airplanes can't do that much damage to ships, and this and that. Yeah. About that. And here we are today, and aviation's huge. I'm not used to talking this much. My throat's a little. I don't even talk this much at work. Not that I do much work anyway. That's a whole other story that's just... My life's really sucked the last 4 months. Not to take anything away from anybody else, but I've just had struggle after struggle after struggle, and it has been incredibly frustrating. Everything from natural disasters, personal injuries, other struggles. It's just been... What is life even? Thankfully I've had friends like JW and Murph and Allie, and among others, that really kind of kept me here, as much as here is. Okay, yeah, this one's off. That's the cabin light. I'll be honest, there have been a lot of times where I've wanted to stream, but I've kind of had it stuck in my head. If I'm going to stream, I should stream for 3 hours, at least. But my schedule just hasn't fit it. It just, that kind of hasn't really fit into my schedule, because by the time I get to the weekend, And, for the record, I mentioned this last night on the stream. I've been on restricted duty at work for a work injury where I cannot use my right arm. Well, that pretty much eliminates everything that I do because I am an assembler. I assemble things. I put things together. Well, I can't do that. Or at least I'm not allowed to do that. And again, this has been going on. My restrictions have been ongoing for 4 months. And recently I've reached out to people saying, hey, I feel like I'm in prison here because I have to come in, but then I come in and I have nothing that I can really do. And so, my mental health is just shot just because of that. And I'm getting a runaround when it comes to just the medical care, which adds into it. Plus, my own personal finances are just in the hole. And I'm really in a bad state. So I've been trying to get put on medical leave until everything's sorted out and I can just return to work full. And that would have allowed me to be able to stream. But all coming full circle, I've recently really got it out of my head that, if I only want to stream for an hour and a half, I can't. Stream what fits my schedule. If I do a few extra short streams, let's do that. This is going to be a long one because it's just the nature of the route. Speaking of, let me check fuel. Okay, we're on the mains. Let's go to outboards. Engines are still running. Good. Hey, Kozaki. Great to see you, my friend. I'm just been complaining about issues and streaming and making sure my plane had fuel. We're flying the C-75 from Andrews Air Force Base, Joint Base Andrews, and we're on our way to JFK, and then we're going to head up to Gander because we're taking Eisenhower to London. But, I finally got it in my head where, if I can only stream for an hour and a half, that's fine. Some streaming is better than no streaming. But if I can go for gusto and do a long haul, sure, why not? The hard part's just been having the energy during the weekends with everything else going on. But I'm not gonna. I've made too many promises in the past about this, that, and the other thing, and I can't make any. I'm not gonna make any more promises about streaming. I'm gonna do what I can when I can, and when it feels right. I feel that's the best I can offer. Because I do miss streaming. I miss interacting with you guys. It's been a terrible hole that I've missed for months. But I don't want to give, to put it bluntly, I don't want to provide a half-assed product. Because you as the audience deserve better. You deserve the best that I can give. fun. Just make sure they're Gators and not Crocs. But it just... I want to give everybody the best me that I can give on stream. And like last night, my test is an hour and a half. I didn't even have a flight plan because I wasn't even planning on having my video camera up or talking on the mic. I just wanted to make sure everything worked. Ooh, snap, crackle, and pop. But, so yeah, that's where I'm at. Doing my very best not to swirl the drain. Normally I don't use GPSs in retro aircraft, but for a long flight like this, I don't want to get lost. See, that's a problem. My setup's been fine. It's just been me. I've been the problem. I've always been my own problem. But just, I want to give the best me that I possibly can. Because you guys deserve it. I was talking with Jeremy, or JW, earlier this afternoon. Kind of getting tired of fighters, World War II fighters. Just, I know that sounds bad, but it's just, we're spoiled for choice now. You know, Hurricanes, Spitfires, you know, you name it, we've got a lot of World War II fighters. We need some good Axis fighters. But what the sim really needs, and those of us into World War II stuff really need, are the twin engines. B-25, the Lockheed Hudson, Catalina, A-20. We need the light and medium bombers and other twins desperately. We know that people are working on Lancasters and B-17s and the heavies, but like, I know Flight Replicas, they have a whole swath of B-24s. Everything from the regular, your standard combat one, to the PB-4Y, to the C-87 Liberator Express, the passenger version of the B-24. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we need. We'd be... Koseki, on the North Europe. Let's see if that works. Thanks, Flo. Well, the lack of Catalina, the lack of proper B-25. There's a lack of some very iconic aircraft that we are missing for reasons that I cannot understand. Don't get me wrong. I love having a P-47. I love having a P-51. I love having a Wildcat. I love having a Hellcat. There's not a warbird that's released that I don't love to fly and love that's in the sim, but it's very off balance when you want to start putting, World War II reenactments, so to speak, together, because it's so lopsided with fighters. Again, I'm not complaining about, that we have them. It's just we're very spoiled for choice. I'm going to shoot some quick output. I love that we have the choice of fighters, but again, we have a lot of fighters. We don't have a lot of bombers. Dauntlesses, Devastators, Helldivers, Kates, Zeros, or well, not Zeros, Kates, the Vals, Stukas, BF-110s, Heinkel. Let's face it, the Heinkel's a medium bomber, and Germany didn't really have time to develop a heavy bomber out of the Focke-Wulf 200, because once we got involved with the war, they ran out of time and resources real fast. So, we're very lacking in the middle, the twin engine kind of, even a Mossy. Like, how has nobody done that yet? We have one good Axis fighter in the 109. We're getting a Zero from Milviz at some point, which we've heard nothing about. And I'll grant it, doing anything for Japanese World War II, real hard. Not a lot of surviving stuff. And not a lot of people surviving to say, it flew like this or it flew like that. You have to go to U.S. government records to get that based on what we've captured. But then finding physical examples of everything, you're going to have fun. I think the problem with the 190 is just the fact that they Flying Iron, they went from working on that to the 17, and then they're like, maybe we should just finish the 109 or the 190, so they went back to it. And I don't know. I don't. It's one of those things. I don't want to say that they're slow because I feel like they've maybe got more going on than they're letting on. And they could be doing some secret squirrel stuff, which more power to you. But I hesitate to criticize the developers just because they're not moving on my timeline. But it gets to a point when they've been on a certain kind of release schedule and suddenly it's taking them longer. And that says, well, maybe they're kind of waiting on some 2024 stuff to see how that shakes out. See if they're going to release it for 2020 and 24 or just 2020. Developers are in just as much between a rock and a hard place as consumers are at this point. But it doesn't change the fact that it would be nice if some of the devs gave more, even quarterly, sort of updates as to what's going on. SWS are very good at communicating. Lumber Hayden DC gives out weekly updates of what he's doing. Other developers give some sort of either at least quarterly, sometimes even just annually, updates on what's going on. And it'd just be a nice time to get the little tidbits of, hey, this is where we're at. You're not wrong, Kozaki. It's just you can't really make a 0 for the sim based on a converted T6. It's not the same. So you'd have to go with the original one, as the sim stutters. As the sim stutters, these are the times of our flight. Feels like I started on 100. Yeah, they were kind of all over the place. I forgot about the 100 they were working on. So it's like they were tired of Pistons, so they went to the 100, and then they went to the 17, and then they're like, yeah, we'll go back to the 190. And I think that ended up setting them. That could have easily set them back quite a bit. And see, and that's the thing. It doesn't. The key word there is regularly scheduled. It doesn't have to be every week. It doesn't have to be every quarter. It doesn't have to be every month. As long as they give out some sort of regular update saying this is where we're at. It's just, I'm not going to say they should be forced to, but I'm just saying that it's a nice thing for consumers to know where developers at. You look at Raul. He doesn't go into details of everything he's doing, but he's usually pretty open about what he's working on and where it's at. SWS, same way. Yeah, I think there's only one with the original engine flying. Like, original with the original engine. I think there's only one in the world. Oh, that was my neck. Ow. That hurt so good. Sorry for all the stuttering. I think the photogrammetry is really kind of causing heck. Oh dear. Could be the clouds too. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I kind of like what Combat Pilot's doing as far as, they're making a dedicated, professional, hardcore, I hate using the term hardcore, but an authentic, full combat, World War II combat simulator. I like what they're doing there. Nice. Speaking of Yankee, or whatever the heck they're called now, and Yankee Lady specifically, A2A based their AccuSim B-17 off Yankee Lady. One thing I would love to see, because Microprose, they have all their, it's Microprose with their 17. I almost wouldn't mind seeing A2A team up with Microprose and say, hey, you've got this real authentic B-17. You're doing a really good job with it. What if we at A2A were to say, let's make an AccuSim add-on for it? That would give people the experience of flying an authentic B-17, but at a more, I don't want to say casual, but a more average skill level. I keep looking over here thinking my camera's over there, and it's right there. But then, if you really want to dive into it, get the A2A expansion for it, boom, you've got probably the best simulated B-17 in the world. I think it would save both. I think it would really save A2A a lot of time, because they already have the technical information and they have the AccuSim information, but Microprose brings to the table their extensive research on making a World War II aircraft World War II spec. It's a crazy thought, but it might work. As The Sims Frozen still. If it keeps doing this, I might not make a long... it may not be a long... We may not make it to Gander. But I think it could be a win. It's an idea. Because it would also allow... A2A to get another product out. It would give the consumers something to consume. It'd be really nice if A2A brought back their T6. There's the sim. My gosh. You know what? I'm going back to might not look as fancy, but I think it's going to give me a little bit more performance. She is that, or we're getting pretty dang close to New York, and that's why she struggled so much. If it's real bad, I'm going to turn photogrammetry off. So it seems like every time I run photogrammetry, it just sucks. Just waiting for the ground to come back. Oh, I need more padding on this chair. School summer guarantees cause the measure. I'd agree. Like, it seems like that Samsim or whatever have the right idea. They should have just done something like that. It's a cool idea. Like, the technology itself is really neat. Terribly optimized. It is not. It's too unoptimized because most of the time it looks just like melted wax. Yeah, and it's just, and even at its best, doesn't look all that great. Just waiting for the ground to load. Hey, we got ground again. Ha! With all that waiting, we passed right by JFK. Well, how about them apples? Well, get ready for an unintended or unplanned tour of New York. Roger. Into the soup. And have the crown in sight. Ish. And under what the weather is. $180. Lovis. Get right out there. I need to spend a bit more time in there before I know how exactly I feel. I can't remember. Was it I Builds that did it? I think it was. Hey, it's kind of like FSX. I can see the Empire State Building, but that's about it. Yeah, this is one of them areas that really hurt the frames. Nose up. Out there's Rikers Island, LaGuardia. Do a quick stop here, check over fuel, see where things are at. And then we program the flight to Gander. Foot on the pedals. Goes up, drop speed. It doesn't give me a speed for gear. So we're at 130. We got 126 for flaps. That's firm. Alright, we'll taxi back to the other end. Probably take a bit of a stretch break. Get our flight programmed. Grab me a snack too. Alright, we'll get up here and we'll park for a minute. brakes set. Flight plan. Menu. Okay. Okay. CYQX. Gander, Newfoundland. Check fuel. Servers, fuel. Back to here, and then we're gonna go to inboards. Sure they're drawing. Rich. Okay. Yep. It's feeding. Alright. I need a couple seconds to take a bio break, and we'll be right back on the way. Yeah, put there. I didn't hit the button hard enough. Okay, positive rate gear coming up. Left turn. Okay. Okay, good. No, we're going the wrong way. Wrong way. Doing something. Just let it think about it. Keep slowly going for it. almost want to go with these straight roads. That should be good. We are on our way to Canada. First thing I'm going to do, we're going to go back to the outboards, just because those are the least full, but they're also the furthest out on the wings. And when you have a lot of weight further out that wants to do some unhappy things to the wing, and we don't want that. We should be intercepting the nav line any second now. Screw it, I can't. We've intercepted the nav, or well, the autopilot's intercepted the nav, so we're making way there. Just about to pass 6,000 feet. She is a good-looking bird. I'll say that. When it comes to airplane heaven, I'll talk nice, I swear. Just don't crash me. Must have been like a turbulence. Anyway. Start talking about airplane heaven, the plane starts going up and down like, oh, okay. Calm down. Calm down, Jamal. Anyway, the airplane heaven, they've gotten better since the Cessna 140, as far as release for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I still feel like they're about 85% of what they could be doing. Like, I think a lot of their problem, and I think it's really evident with the delay of both the C-46, which was about a week and a half, and with the 707 getting significantly delayed. I think they've caught enough flack with their Microsoft releases to finally understand. I think their biggest failing right now is their QA testing. Now, I have considered reaching out to Aeroplane Heaven and saying, hey, I beta test for these people and for these people, and, you know, I like looking for bugs and stuff, and I've been nice and emailed them about several I found with the P-47 when it released, and they were courteous, if not weird sense of humor in reply. But you're reaching out and say, are you looking for new beta testers or something? Because it seems like their biggest problem is they don't test in multiplayer, which means they can't test multiplayer sounds, which means they can't test some LOD issues. Case in point, I had shown off a couple of bugs with the P-47 using Airshow Assistant. Well, Airshow Assistant doesn't always show everything in multiplayer precisely the same as it does. You know, it's taking an AI and making a pseudo multiplayer. You know, I can't, specifically the sounds. There. So, you know, their LOD issues, you know, certain things disappearing when they shouldn't disappear, or not disappearing when they should. Wing flaps down when they should be up in multiplayer. And so on. So I feel like their biggest hurdle really is quality testing before they release a thing. And like I said, I think that really, they kind of took the hint with the delay of the C-46, because so far with the C-46, I haven't really run into any spectacular kind of issues. You know, it even took them several patches with this to get sorted out. And even then, I'm using an improvement mod. How much that's actually working or not, I couldn't honestly say, as we're about to hit cruise. But that's where they've been kind of struggling, because they'll release it and then suddenly they're getting bug report, and realistically, it's all things that ought to have been caught in beta testing, and somehow it's not getting caught, which just raises the question: what is their process? You know. Sounds are their other weak. I think sounds are honestly their other weak point. And even then, I think they're starting to realize, you know, who's a better author of sounds. Like, they should be talking to Echo 19 and Boris AudioWorks, which they've already used Echo 19 for the Hurricane, and I believe it's possible that they're going to be working on the P-47 sounds next. And I've mentioned the Mustang needs help, and that's not getting into like the Electra and so on. So they've been learning that lesson, that their sounds need, whoever they were getting their sounds before was not cutting the mustard. But again, this is in a really good state right now. And I honestly think the C-46 is in a pretty good state as well. Not perfect, but you know what? Not terrible. Considering where they were before with like the Cessna 140 to where they are now, night and day difference. Doesn't mean they're done developing. It doesn't mean they're done growing. But they've improved significantly, and I like what I see. And honestly, this is kind of scratching my itch for a B-17 until we actually get one. And the only other dev that I can think of that would be doing a B-17 package is Aeroplane Heaven, outside of the already announced Micropros and Flying Iron B-17s. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, the DC-3 and the C-47 really. The C-47 is where the DC-3 was when it first released with the 40th anniversary update, and it needs Duckworks mod or Duckworks mod. But the C-46, you're right, it doesn't need a Duckworks-like mod to be usable. I think there's some kind of weird little bits with the fuel system, but I think they're more me issue than a them issue. Kind of like me learning this. But other than that, it's fully functional. And some of their textures could use a little bit of work. Some of their geometry here and there could use a little work, but that's getting into the nitpicky type stuff. I can nitpick any. You give me anything, it could be practically flawless, and I will nitpick and find anything. Give me a platform and a reason to. But by and large, if I have to nitpick, things are okay. And that's why I think a lot of people have a lot of problems with things that are really kind of non-issues. It's an issue to them, great. Everybody's going to look at things differently. As long as I can get some enjoyment out of it, I'm not going to complain too much. Like, even the Tiger Cat. Boy, that thing needs help. Bad. But I still find enjoyment out of it from time to time. Like, I actually kind of want to see if I can get the sounds from the C-46 and put them in the Tiger Cat, because it's the same engines. And other than being on the quiet side, the C-46 has a good set of sounds. Splasher 6 with the raid, returning the favor from last night. How you doing? How's your flight? Kinda. Good to see you. Hope everyone had a fantastic flight. The around the world, I believe it was. How'd it go? We just took off from JFK on our way to take General Eisenhower from Washington, D.C. over to London. DH Paradox with a follow. Many thanks, my dude. Good to see you. Wick in the soup. Oof. That's okay. Many thanks. Appreciate it. So we're flying the Boeing 307 Stratoliner. Pardon me. Or in this particular paint scheme, it's a C-75. And we are hauling General Eisenhower. So the date is March 1942. We're taking General Eisenhower and some other very important U.S. government officials to London to start planning for Operation Torch. And why is my stream stuttering? It's not being joy. Right, to London, to Operation Torch, hash out the Lend-Lease deal. We started in Washington, D.C. at Andrews, Joint Base Andrews. We stopped at JFK, and we're on our way to Gander to stop for the day. Yep, going to the ETO. So the whole flight will end up being Washington, D.C. to New York, New York to Gander, Gander to Reykjavik, Iceland, Iceland to Prestwick, Prestwick to London. Well, and it's a little piece of known history of, because everybody knows he got there, but how did he get there? See? And when this came out, I was trying to do some research and found out, the military did use it. It actually was very important early in the war because we didn't have the long-range transports like the C-54. So, these were used in pretty well the early to mid 42. Eventually, the C-87 Liberator Express was also being used, which is just a passenger modified B-24. And then eventually the C-54s, were starting to build in numbers, and they replaced the 307s. But it was just a little nugget in history of, how did everybody kind of assumed they went by boat, because that's how most of the other troops did. They went by boat. But generals and stuff, no. They travel in style. So, yeah. We're going to cruise at 9,500 feet. We're on autopilot, and we're about near Boston, give or take. And I'm really hoping that the frame rates improve after we get away from big cities. But, so there were 10 ever 307s built for 4 different customers. One customer, I think, was just Boeing keeping one. Why? Okay, we're just going to sit in the cockpit for now. Second customer, Howard Hughes. And that one ended up turning into a boat and now is owned by Kermit Weeks. And he's restoring it to a certain point, but I don't know what. Pan Am had 3. They were, once the war kicked off, the Army Air Force contracted them to operate them as Clippers, I believe in the Pacific Theater. Then the U.S. Army Air Forces bought 5 of them from TWA. The 5 from TWA were all named after different Native American tribes. So there's Cherokee, Comanche, Navajo, I just had this list earlier. One that started with an N that was real short. An Apache. And I don't know specifically what one Ike got flown in, but we're flying Cherokee. Because why not? But a little piece of history that nobody really knows, and an opportunity to share and see how far I can fly this. Plus, I'm streaming again, so woo! Looks like Allison just touched down. And she streamed for 9 hours and 40 odd minutes. That is crazy. I can't imagine streaming for that long. I'd need to get a better chair for that. I cannot wait until we get a B-17. I don't care who puts it out first. Knowing me and my habits, I'm going to have all of them. It's just a sad fact. I'm going to end up with all of them. I really would like to see Flight Replicas put out their B-24 series, because they did everything. B-24Js, PB-4Ys, C-87s, just... And we need twin engines. We need B-25s, A-26s, Mossy. I could go on and on. Pardon me. Excuse me. Thing is, I don't know if I can do... I can't really do a softer white. I can do bright, and I can do less bright. But I can't do like a softer white or a brighter white. Gorlo, good to see you. How you doing? If I could ever manage to have money, I need to upgrade my CPU, maybe my RAM. Funny enough, just this view alone, where looking at the engine, just says B-17. Considering they're using the same engine and same wings, it's no question why, but so the main difference between them are just the fuselage. Main difference. Use the same wings, same tailplanes, same gear, same engines. Um, that's not the right one. Let's see if that helps him. Trying not to look like I live in a cave, but it's really hard. Because I kind of do, sort of. Hope everyone's having a great weekend. Just in the second half of a 4-day weekend for the Independence Day holiday that was Thursday. Hope the volume mix is good for everyone. I'm using the Skyband to carry the indicators from. Roger that. Yeah, please follow Kozaki. Does some really great flights, real chill, relaxed, a lot of fun. I'm there as often as I'm possibly able to. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Well, we're 23 minutes or so to a turn. Believe me, I actually do really fully understand. With my work restrictions, I have to go to work, but I can't do anything. It's literally torture. I mean, at least at home, I'd be frustrated, but it wouldn't be as torturous as having to go to work and not do anything. Allison Johnson, the legend herself, is here. And my stream's going berserko. How's everyone doing? Good to see everyone. Welsh Dad with a follow. Saw your landing. Butter as usual. How are you, Allie? Always great to see you. Muse fan. Englewood. Super Typhon. Goblin Zeus. Muttley. Zithy. Yeah. I'm having issues. It's a thing. Allison with the resub. Nice boy Mike. Thanks everybody for coming in from Allison's raid. We are flying the C-75. Words are hard. Or the Boeing 307 we started off in Washington, D.C., we stopped at JFK, and now we're on our way to Gander up in Canada. Allison, being the legend she is, gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to the community, going out to Kozaki, Englewood, Captain Arash, Bork Bork Panda, and Complete Freedom. I like that one. Absolute legend. Allison, there are not enough words to describe how many times you've saved my butt. And I will never stop appreciating that. I only wish I could give back more. Angel15, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I pulled a card out of your playbook, Allie, and I decided to do a long haul. We're going to see how well that goes. We're just about 3 hours in, and the Sim's trying. The Sim's trying. The fact that they had to put a label in a C-75 not to do... Yeah. Oh, absolutely, Allie. And you know I do my best. Hey, Miasfat, good to see you too. I don't want to say yes. I'm getting a new mindset about it. Where I'm breaking myself from needing to do 3-hour streams or longer. So I'm trying, or I'm going to try, but I'm not going to make promises that I break. But I'm going to do my best to get back into some sort of regularity. Angel15 with the follow. Many thanks. It is, and actually I'm running an improvement mod found on TO. I'm not sure if it's had a big difference, but so far I've been flying on autopilot, and it hasn't tried to kill me yet. At least when it's been something... I haven't encountered issues that were the plane's fault. Let's just put it that way. But no, she's been great. It's been actually kind of nice flying it. It's the closest we've got to a B-17 so far. Speaking of which, I need to check fuel. Okay, we need to switch to the main. So, no. Nope, that's off. Whew. Yeah, I did that to a lot of people, but now it seems to be okay. After a bunch of updates and seemingly the improvement mod seems to do okay. But we're basically pretending it's March 1942. We're taking Ike, General Eisenhower, and a bunch of top American officials over to London to discuss Operation Torch and the Lend-Lease deal. So that's fun. But I wanted to do something a little different. Figured a long haul is one way to be different. And doing something that's just a little nugget in history that not a lot of people know. Restwell Englewood, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. And you rest well, and we'll catch you later. I will say, I think the one thing that I need to do is, if I can ever get a bit of extra fundage, is to invest in a new CPU, because my CPU, it's okay. It definitely was mid-range a couple years ago. So, yeah. My GPU is good. It is... It's a Ryzen 5 3600X. So, mid-range, lower mid-range, ish. Yeah, it's just the downside, or the real trouble with getting a new CPU is I'm probably going to have to either get a new motherboard too, or make sure that I find one that's compatible with my motherboard. And it's just, between that and money, it's just, I haven't had the ability to really put too much thought into it. No, 1X, 3D, what? B450 and up should support the 5800 3D. I'll get Lord, tell me which ones it would be. Yeah, because I believe I'm on AM4. And I'm on a B450. Ha! I didn't update the rig in the description of my channel. Great. Because I'm not on a RTX 3070 anymore. I'm on an AMD 6950. AM3? I don't think so. I'm reasonably certain I'm on an AM4. Yeah, okay. And of course, going by prices, they're real cheap now. But yeah, it's been a lower priority because A, I haven't been streaming, so I don't really needed it. B, I haven't restarted my computer. That probably has a part to do with it. I should probably clear out my shader cache. That would probably help a lot. It's just, Trying to remember. I need to update the BIOS of the motherboard use. Oh, for sure. I have no doubt. And it's not even the simming, because outside of streaming, buttery smooth. I don't have a whole lot of issues. It's once I start streaming too that it's kind of like, haha, oh, these are resources we haven't used in a while. Let's struggle a little bit. So it's been a lower priority as far as life has gone, but and unfortunately it still has to be, but it's what it is. I'm still on this side of the dirt. Yowzers. Let's see. And for Horizon. Just a second. 5800 X3D 8-core 16-thread is $330.65. Question is, as I would need to figure out how to do the... Oh, look, they have a bundle for a new motherboard. For $490. With 1-day shipping. 1-day delivery. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, I'll just have to figure out how to do a BIOS flash to whatever, because I think the motherboard I've got is like the first generation of it, so yeah, that's not a big deal. It's just in the world of priorities, it's not been one I've been able to prioritize. Do I have another system? Might be better results to get a capture card. And I have a capture card, but I do not have another machine. That would also require an investment. I thought about doing a dual machine, but again, financial investment. And I've got a lot of financial entanglements that I'm struggling with right now anyway. Which is one of the reasons why I'm just like, I really need to stream more, because I need money. You know, as blunt as it is, that's just a fact of life. I did miss streaming, which makes it easy to get back into it, but it's, it's been a rough year. In a lot of ways, you know, I can't, work injury, been on restrictions for 4 months. I have to go in, sit around and do nothing, like get tortured because my team is struggling and I can't help. But they won't put me on leave, just say, sit at home, take a paycheck, and, you know, get better and come back when you're healed. Okay, Allie. So I've thought about doing a dual PC. You know, honestly, when I upgrade bits and bobs off of this one, I can just build another PC. I've got my RTX 3070 Ti. I still have it sitting in the box. So I've got a GPU. I would need a motherboard and a CPU. You know, a couple of hard drives or whatever. I've got monitors coming out the woohoo. Oh, I've done a Franken PC. Fun story. Fun PC story. So before 2020, I had a computer that was using 2 PSUs. And you might be like, well, that's kind of weird. One of the PSUs was in a separate tower, and it was only providing power to my graphics card. Everything, because the PSU in my main computer didn't have the right connector for the graphics card that I had at the time. So that was a real Franken piece. So I had 2 towers sitting on top of each other, with one using the power supply from a completely on its own. Well, I appreciate that, JW. Although you might want to also consider, you know, the dual PC setup yourself. Won't be bad. See if I upgrade the game to. That's basically the idea, because I'd almost rather update, because the parts that I have, they're good, but for single system streaming, it's just kind of, I want to go to the dual PC so you can get cheap sitting there. Yeah. Again, it goes into the prioritization of funds. And my current priorities are keeping a roof over my head, you know, so lot rent and mortgage, car payment, I have to have something to drive, and then I have insurance with that, gas, which is stupid, food, which is getting harder and harder to afford, and then it's all the other debts that I've accumulated because I'm stupid. Yeah, it does stop the rain, you know, car lets me get to work, you know, and helps, you know, the car is probably the most quintessentially important part of it. Thank goodness it's almost paid off. It's so close to being paid off. Oh, they have it. I can't do anything with my because the issue is with my wrist. I can't write, or at least I'm not allowed to even write because it causes problems. You know, that's the center of where my problems have been. So I literally can do nothing. and yet they won't put me on any kind of leave. And let's just say it, I've been creative and found ways to do things that I shouldn't be doing, but my team needed my help. Yeah, no, it's been a real torturous situation at work, because it's like I have to go, but I can't do anything. Because I can guarantee you that if they had put me on leave, I would have been streaming 4 months ago and supplementing my income that way. And I would have been in a much better mental state than I am right now. Just being honest. That's why every chance that I've gotten to watch Allie or Murph or whoever, I'm there. It's just like, I need to not be in my own head, because that's not a fun place right now. It's a very not fun place right now. But I keep driving on, because that's what we do. And I keep a smile on my face, because that's what we do. I've actually been reading a book about leadership. I read one already, Leading Marines, which is Marine Corps documentation. That's actually a Marine Corps document. But I'm reading Trust-Based Leadership by the author. I can't remember who they were, but they're a former Marine. And it's actually a really good book. I've really been enjoying it. Been learning a lot. Figure if I can't physically do work, I can at least learn how to be better at work. Let's check fuel. Whee! Okay, we're on the mains. Package. Let's make sure that we're on auto lean. We are. Good. But I've got you guys. I have the stream. I have my stream. I have the community streams. Tell you, Allie is a good watch for a Saturday, because it's just I can get on, fly for a little bit, take a break, fly for a little bit, take a break, and I mean, I learn a lot. Always flying in interesting places. And it's nice to be around friends whom at some point in time that I really need to meet in person. I was going to say real life. Here's the thing. This just kind of brought up a thought. We often call our internet friends, internet friends. If you really think about it, though, we're just friends that met over the internet. And most of us haven't met each other in real life. Certainly the case with me, with most of everybody. But just because I met you all through the internet doesn't make you any less of my friends than had I met you in person. So saying internet friends is kind of a misnomer, just saying my friends. Some of which I would consider family. And that's been the great thing about the community, is just it's honestly boggled my mind, if I'm really honest. It's like I can go into just about any flight sim stream and somebody's heard of me. Or somebody that knows me knows, sees me there, recognizes me. It's like, how? I'm not a household name. I'm me. I am little nobody me. Seems like the frames are starting to, for now, as I say that. And see, and that's when I've been doing most of my flying that's not on the weekends. It's after work, and I get out of work 10:15 p.m. Eastern time, which is, what, 3:15 in the morning in Western Europe. I think BST is 4 hours. England's currently 5 hours ahead. Something like that. So it's just like, well, and take into account where I usually fly, it's like, I go fly in the Persian Gulf, there ain't nobody there on any server. The closest I get to seeing anybody in the Persian Gulf is around Dubai. Oh, there's a turn. $784 nautical miles to Gander. 3.5 hours. Let's see how many 777s are. Yeah, and it's just like, that's the only place. But I'm flying a Chinook or a Huey or some sort of military aircraft. I'm not flying to Dubai. I'm going up to, like, Kuwait. And there's nobody in Kuwait. Like, I was surprised the other night. I saw somebody in a 172, and I'm like, what is a 172 doing in Kuwait? Apparently, it must have been. But just like, you know, and sometimes I'll get in the Huey now that it's out, and, you know, I'll go fly in Vietnam. Nobody. Nothing. And so most of the places I go aren't real populated. The most populated I've gone recent, you know, and with any regularity was Nellis, but that can be a crap show. And China. Yeah. Because at least, you know, because I've even flown out of Toccoa. And I see a bunch of name tags. A lot of them are in Atlanta, but, you know, East Coast, Mid-America, there's people around. And I do that every now and then. I'll start, it's like, okay, there's this many people on this server, go to the next server. Nobody, couple people. Like, the most active servers are usually East USA or North Europe. West USA is typically active with people that are on the west coast of the US, which makes sense. And when if I'm flying around England in the middle of the night, early in the morning, doesn't matter North Europe or West Europe, there's about the same amount of people. I don't like going on Southeast Asia because the ping's too high. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, it's what makes flying with groups even better, is because if I spend so much time flying by myself, flying with a group is great. So it kind of balances out. Sometimes I like flying by myself just to test something out. Like, I want to do something weird or check on a bug or two. Yeah. I'm unfortunately just in the worst possible. Like, if at my job I worked first shift, I'd be able to get, you know, watch all Murph streams and everything. Yeah, it's just because I'm on an off shift just as far as America's concerned, but take into effect, you know, the rest of the world, and it's just like I'm off kilter on just about everything except for maybe Australia. And even then, I think it's off by a lot. So I think Aussies are usually starting to get up and around shortly after I get out of work or so, I think. But even then, when I'm flying in that general area, it's usually like Solomon's, Guadalcanal, plus 11 Zulu, and I'm -5, or -4, which equates to about 15 hours. Yeah, about right. If I go to Perth, okay, I stand corrected. So right now it is 7:06 a.m. in Perth. It is currently 7:06 p.m. where I'm at. So they're 12 hours difference. Yeah. So Perth, it says Perth is GMT plus 8. Yeah, which puts me at 12 hours difference from Perth. So that must mean Raleigh Mall is in either the eastern part of Australia. And that takes into account. So you like being center. Yeah, you were an hour behind me. So I'm just on the edge of Eastern. Polka. Oh, time zones. Either way, I get to enjoy solo flying and I get to enjoy group flying from time to time. And it works out. I mean, it's only so much you can help. You gotta stream when you can, find a slot that works for you. It can be tricky trying to stream at the same time or while Allie's streaming because sometimes it's hard to tell, is it a short stream or is it a long stream? I've had streams where I'll stream for 4 hours while she's streaming and then I'll get off and rate her. It's just still be fine for another couple of hours. Hey, Bauer, good to see you. Oh, goodness. 755 miles, 3.5 hours to go. Info, yep. Good to be seen, Bomber. Good to be seen. Been a while. Hey, thanks for the raid and thanks for sticking around for a while, Splashy. Good to see you always. You take care and have a great evening. Right. Roger. Got Kozaki up there in the Horton in U.S. markings. Okay, let's do some shout outs over here. Shout out to Splasher6, longtime friend of the channel. Did a whole series of B-17 flights based on his father's logbook, which was always awesome to follow. It's currently, you've got Long Way Down and Around the World going on right now. And then, of course, the legend herself, Allison Johnson, recreating famous female flights in Microsoft Flight Sim. She's a huge supporter of the channel, a wonderful friend, and I cannot say enough good things about Allie. She's just wonderful, and I am privileged to know Allie. Let's see, hit everybody. Let's see. And then and of course, Jay Winokur, known him for a long time, does similar, military-themed flights in Microsoft Flight Sim. Every now and then, something like Ready or Not or some sort of shooter. Kapustik, whoa! Your understanding that honors the U.S. services every day, not just holidays. I lost it. Streamlabs, help. Help. You're the only streamer that honors the U.S. services every day, not just on holidays, not through combat, but remember the people they are and what they give for one veteran to another's wise. But that means a lot, dude. That really, really means a lot. I like, kind of like you said, I don't do it just for the holidays, because, everybody does it for the holidays, but, there's a lot of recognition that deserves to be there every day. And keeping history alive. Like, I didn't know Ike flew on a C-75 on the way to Europe during the early parts of the war, but here we are doing that flight because I found out. But it really means a lot to me, Kapustik. It really does. Thank you. I just turned the volume down on my headset. Whoops. That really means a lot. Thank you. And it's always an honor to have you on my stream. And just to fly with you, it's fantastic. Thank you. That really does mean a lot. And I'm just glad that people enjoy what I do, because I'd be doing it anyway. But it's a whole lot more fun with friends. There's Zithia and a Tomcat. Oh, I believe it is. It's just I'm what's the term I'm looking for? I'm just the what the heck's the word I'm looking for? Conductor? No. I'm the tool. I'm the tool of which that is. I don't know. I'm trying not to make it sound like I'm fooling myself, because I'm not. I just do what I do because I think it's important. Very nice, very nice. Switzerland? I think I remember that, yeah. Everybody's getting F-35s. think Poland's getting some. Pardon me. Alright, I'm alive. I'm still alive. Wow, holy cough, Batman. Sorry. Ooh. I'm out of water. It's crazy. It's the F-35 is the 5th gen F-16. Everybody's getting them. Thanks, Bomber. I don't know what. I'm okay. Really. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I'm back to normal. Holy cow. I feel better. Water. Wonderful thing. So, another fun thing that happened in the last 4 months. I was out for a week of work because a tornado went through town, which we don't get tornadoes. So that disrupted things for a while. And we were off for probably a week. Due to our parts supplier got hit almost directly by the tornado. It took out a FedEx facility. And those buildings were both only a couple of miles from the building I was at. And then a couple weeks ago, I ended up 13 hours short on a paycheck because engineering issues that they didn't reimburse us for. So yeah. Fun stuff at work. We got some people doing... that's a 740. He might be going across the pond. That's an A320. He might be coming in. Versus Sithy. Kozaki. Clouds. Clouds. You don't say. Wow. I don't do a very good Christopher Walken. Crazy, I know. Kind of too much Kermit the Frog. I blame my sinuses. Yeah, we get... Michigan's one of those states where, like, we might get, like, an EF0, maybe a week EF1 every, like, 20 years. And they gave us we got a strong EF2. And it freaked a lot of people out, and I can still see just the damage path on my way to work and whatnot. It's still kind of crazy. I'm just glad it missed the air zoo. Although the air zoo did get some damage. It had some leaks in the roof, and they had to move some stuff around to preserve them. That is a runway for Kilo Bravo X-Ray Mike. We are 706 nautical miles from our stop of Charlie Yankee Quebec X-Ray. So far, T's and P's are in the greens, and we're on the long road to Europe. See, our mains are still good because we're not on the mains. We're on the left inboards. We're on the inboards. Carb air temperature 0, which we may want to adjust by a wee bit. Not the most ergonomic of control layout. Let's get it at 15%. We're transporting General Eisenhower and other key American officials to London to start preparation and discussions for the Lend-Lease deal and Operation Torch in March of 1942. Okay, carb air temperature's starting to warm up. That's good. Oil temps are good. Oil pressures are good. Looks like I could probably put a little bit more carb air into it. Nah, not at all. You can fly whatever you want. I don't mind. Let's do 27. Let's do 30. Fly what makes you happy. There we go. That'll be good. Good. Engine man. So I think the improvement mod is working because temperatures are doing things. It's possible. It's possible. We'll see what happens. Certainly can't exclude the possibility. I'm waiting for somebody to put, was it Falcon Heavy in Sim? Boy, that'd be fun. They first need to put space out in space with Flight Sim. Well, Ike is going east on the west coast of the 16 beach. That's correct. Fun fact about that, too. So, on his way back, Jimmy Doolittle made his way back to the United States on a C-75, starting in Pakistan, or what's now Pakistan. Flew through there and then Egypt and made his way through South America and back up to Washington, D.C. Largely on a C-75. Oh, absolutely. Well, and considering there's only 10 of these built ever, you're talking about what's essentially a unicorn. So when the newspaper doesn't care about what airplane it was. Obviously, the military is going to have records of what was flown and whatnot, and that's how you piece it together. But they're going to, even the newspaper's going to say, General Doolittle returns from daring raid on Tokyo. But considering that there's only 10 ever made, the Army, Air Force, or the government only used 8, 5 of which were actually bought, 3 were contracted. Yeah, that's why it's little known history, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the flight, is because it's that little nugget of history that people don't know. And it actually makes this airplane much more interesting, other than, it was a pioneer aircraft of pressurized airliner flight. Like, that's just a tip of the iceberg of what, this airplane did. Which is, phenomenal. So I learned a lot looking into this. So I'm like, I'm learning all this stuff. I might as well share it. Hey, Phlox. Good to see you, my dude. How are the quesadillas? I bet they were amazing and perfectly seasoned and sauced just the way you like them. Always good to see you, my dude. And now I want a quesadilla, man. Come in here talking about food. No. Happy to, Balmer. Happy to. And now I want Foxtrot to share his quesadillas. I don't think they'd survive the shipping from one coast to the other, though. And now I want... Dadgummit, Bobby. I just got one of those Blackstone grills. Ooh, nice. I really need to clean off the grill I inherited from my dad. I've had it for 2.5 years that he's been gone, and I haven't touched it, hardly. It's a smoker, too, so if, food wasn't so expensive. Go on. There are certainly lots of wonderful things that the internet has done. The internet's one of those things where it's, and this is one of the good things. The internet in itself, just as strictly speaking, is neither good nor bad, but it has made a lot of very good things possible. And for that, it is a wonderful thing. Through the internet, I've become friends with people out in the West Coast, down in the southern states, across the freaking ocean. And I'm sitting here in Michigan, just going do my thing, and it's wild. Rustwell Muse fan, thanks for stopping in and hanging in there. You have a wonderful evening, and we shall catch you next time. So, Foxtrot. We are in what looks like a Boeing 307 Stratocruiser. Stratocruiser? Yeah. It's painted as a C-75 Stratocruiser, as the Army in early 1942, bought 5 307s from TWA. Absolutely, Kozaki. They also contracted 3 307s from Pan Am and contracted those in the Pacific Theater. This particular flight, we are flying from Washington, D.C., stopped at New York, and are eventually going to end up in London, not tonight. Right now we're just heading to Gander. But we're transporting, I'll read the excerpt from Wikipedia after, but it's basically we're transporting General Eisenhower and some other important government officials from Washington, D.C. to London to get started organizing Operation Torch in the Mediterranean, and also the Lend-Lease deal. My calculations, it's about 16 hours altogether, and almost 3,500 nautical miles. And that's calculating it at 15,000 feet. When the Army bought the 5 from TWA, they took out all the pressurized equipment. So this thing wasn't going much higher than 10,000 feet. And we're chilling here at 9.5. Just to kind of simulate it. And we took out some seats just to kind of compensate for the weight difference. Okay, I'm needing to turn that music down because that horn is getting wild. Okay, so per Wikipedia, the first North Atlantic crossing was in March 1942, when a flight from Washington to Prestwick carried senior military and government officials to Europe, which included the Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall, General Dwight D. Eisenhower to command Operation Torch for the invasion of North Africa, Deputy Chief of Staff Army Ground Forces General Mark W. Clark, Operation Torch Air Force Liaison Officer Colonel Hoyt Vandenberg, Chief of the Navy's Bureau of Aeronautics Rear Admiral John Henry Towers, who oversaw Navy aircraft procurement and training, and Presidential Advisors W. Averell Harriman and Harry Hopkins, who were crossing to negotiate the Lend-Lease program. From April 22, regular crossings were being made, and ICD, which was some government subsidiary, was growing rapidly, growing from 71 personnel in January to 343 by April. They were now making 16 ocean crossings a month. Following his April 1942 raid on Tokyo, but before it had been made public, Jimmy Doolittle took a C-75 from Karachi in then India, which is now Pakistan, through Khartoum, Kano, Accra, Robertsfield Airport, crossed the Atlantic to Natal in Brazil, and headed north to Belém, and from there with an additional fuel stop to Washington, D.C., arriving in time for the news of the raid to be made public. Many of the surviving members of the raid followed soon after in another Stratoliner. These were critical at a very critical time, because at the time the Army Air Forces lacked good long-range aircraft, except for stuff like this. Eventually you'd have C-87s, which were modified B-24s, but they still weren't as long of range as the DC-4, or in military designation the C-54. Once they had those in significant numbers, they phased out the C-75. Look at that. And flying this is making me want to learn how to fly that without the AFE. Because right now, I can't fly the DC-6 without the AFE. I just haven't taken the time to bother. And the DC-6 is very good. And I really need to fly the DC-6 some more. Basically, overall, it was to save weight, because after they removed removed a lot of stuff, the cushy stuff from the interior and the pressurization and soundproofing to save weight, and then they added a whole other fuel tank inside and a larger oil tank. So they, in order to make sure that it had enough fuel and oil for the flight, they took out the pressurization stuff. Oh, good grief, yeah. I mean, you figure 8 hours of sleep, that's half the flight, but that's still a business day. You're still going over, I can imagine, at least for this particular flight, going over strategy. You know, how are we going to negotiate this Lend-Lease deal? You know, giving, British what are we going to get out of this deal letting British have American equipment? Yeah, I really need to restart my computer at some point. Now, the 307 still used, at least from the early models of the B-17, used the same wings, vertical and horizontal tail, and gear and engines. So, at its core, other than the main part of the fuselage, it's a B-17. And here's another thing that'll blow your mind, Phlox. Yes, you do. Eventually, in the later production of the 307, they moved the wing up a bit, gave it a nose wheel, and that was the predecessor. That was developed into the B-29. So not only was this a cousin to the B-17, it was also the predecessor to the B-29. So isn't that cool little tidbit of aircraft history for you? So like I've said, this was one of those releases that everybody was kind of like, huh? Never heard of this before. Well, it's kind of a weird looking airplane. But the more you read about it, the more it's like, holy crap, this was a key aircraft in a lot of ways. And it's just nobody knows. And they were used lightly afterwards, but not by much. Chonk. That's exactly right, Larry. Exactly. She is a chonk, but she is a very important chonk. Now, the C-54, which, was the predecessor to the DC-6, was a little shorter and it had less powerful engines than the DC-6, because it was basically a DC-4. So, this is the closest we have to a C-54, which could still very capably do across the pond flights. It's just at the time, the outbreak of our involvement in the war, this is what we had. This is the best we had that could do cross, transatlantic flights. I don't know why my stream's struggling so much. Trying to kill off things. I really need to do a restart. That's what I really need to do. Want to say normal passenger capacity for the 307 was 40? I'm very wrong. Capacity, daytime seating for 33, nighttime capacity for 25. So for the day it was actually quite luxurious. And that doesn't include the crew, which was the crew of 5: pilot, co-pilot, flight engineer, and 2 flight attendants. Obviously, you can probably fit a few more people in there with the military refit than you could civilian. Happy you asked. It's very old. So you got your flight engineer, navigator, radioman. I didn't know you could do that. It's not bad. I mean, not overly complicated, not a lot going on. 2 hours 44. If I could make one comment, and this kind of, or if I could make one comment about what this really needs, it's a similar comment to what the C-46, the C-47, and the DC-3 need. They need sounds to be louder and more at a higher fidelity. Right now, they're really quiet. No, I don't. I do not have the 777. I think the newest airliner that I even fly is... it's really the 730. That's the 737 is probably the newest that I've flown. But I've been really liking the Fokker 28, the F-28. That's very well done. Here's I missed that. First. Oh yeah, to be a fly on the wall on one of them flights. I was actually surprised, but I think Murph said something up to the effect of it on the news. I honestly think it's been kind of a wake-up call to some of the airplane having quality control issues. And I want to say someone said, no, we want to release this, but you need to fix this stuff. And I think that's why it got delayed. I'm interested in picking it up as well. You know, I'm not, my bar of expectations is fairly low because it's airplane heaven. And while they are getting better, they have made a name for themselves as being kind of mid-tier. I would not be surprised. Not surprised in the least. Yeah, I thought about redoing that. The problem is I got to get streaming regularly so I can start making better plans. And this is just my first foray back into it. The 727, that looks... The one between Raoul of FS Reborn and SWS, that's going to be a fantastic aircraft, that 727 from them. Well, let's hope they do, Ziffy. See, Kozaki, the one thing I would like to see the freeware team that's behind those ones do is at least take the cockpit. Use the dadgum cockpit. That's true, but the fidelity that they're going to go after it, I believe in what they're doing. I think they both have both SWS and Raul working together. They have the passion to make that thing the best 727 you're ever going to see for the sim. I think, Zithi, I think you're thinking of somebody else's 727. Somebody else is developing one, and then Raul and SWS are both collaborating on a different one. If I remember the news correctly. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I mean, Raul is a very passionate dude. He is very passionate about what he does and the things he wants to do. Given that, plus the excitement of, was it Alex from SWS? Between the two of them, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a better 727. I still have lots of questions about 2024 in general, though. And at the very least, I'll be able to get it on Game Pass. So I can at least check it out before I actually spend money on it. Sorry to lose you, Kapustik. My bad. Did I lose everybody? Nope. Lost most everybody. Everybody but Kazaki. But, we'll see. I'm trying to remain cautiously optimistic about what they're promising from FS24. No, I just think here. Sorry for the servers being funky, Zithi. That'll get you a link to the livery posting. No, but I feel bad. Yeah, but that 727 is going to be amazing. Just about. It's very similar in shape to the C-46, which, ironically enough, the C-46 was in competition with the 307. I think it was the CW-20 model, Curtiss-Wright Model 20. The main difference between this and the 346 was this has twice the engines at half the power each. The Curtiss C-46 went with two engines, but of more powerful engines. I could write a book with the questions I still have on 24. It's like I like what it sees. I like what I see, but I want to see it directly and see if it's everywhere. honestly, I can't see them going any lower than maybe $60 for, standard game. Maybe 70. So Lord knows they make a killing on the marketplace. And I get a feeling that they're not gonna necessarily do like the standard edition, deluxe, premium deluxe kind of editions. I think they're gonna do something a little different. Well, the thing about updating products, it's still they said it directly. It's up to the developer to do it, and whether they want to charge for it or not. That's fair, but I'm still iffy about all this cloud stuff because then it depends on how good your internet is, and people in more rural type areas are going to have a much harder time with everything, and that sucks. What I'd like to see is, as thin as they're trying to go with the client, give users the option to say, I want to install this locally, I want to install that locally, and give them the choice of what to install. It's not the same. I don't want it the same as the caching, because that causes problems. And see, and that's why I'm concerned. It's just like, I'm not in a big city, but I'm not in a small town. So it's just like, it's kind of like a lot of things. Like they judge what people can do based on the big city, and that's not a real representation of everybody. Yeah, rolling cache sucks. I'm sorry. It causes problems. I have it turned off, and it causes problems. So it's just like, I would be much less concerned if they said something as to the effect that they're giving the client will give users the option of what to keep locally or what to install locally and what to stream. Like, honestly, all the photogrammetry that they do should just be downloaded. Like, I would do that just to make sure that it's the highest quality and it's always there and it's not trying to constantly update. Give it some LODs. Yeah, and so it's just there's a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. So I want to be able to, I want them to give people the freedom of choice to say, I want to install this locally, I want to stream that. Like, if I'm streaming the satellite data, woo, it's a texture on the planet's mesh. But and let me be able to say, I want to download this area because I fly this area the most. And like I said, not have it like the cache that can cause problems, like actually download it. It's just, it seems the way that Microsoft is doing it currently, it causes some problems. Or it has caused problems. So That's still my concern. Is like they need to give us the freedom to choose to do that, but they also need to revamp how they're doing it because it kind of sucks right now. I don't even know what kind of speeds I'm on right now. They've upped it a couple of different times, but it still ain't cheap. Yeah. See, for my internet, I'm paying about $122 a month. Oof. Because that's what the price is for unlimited, uncapped data. Or, well, uncapped internet. Otherwise, they track how much you use and... Ethernet? I don't know. I don't know if it's not fiber. I don't think it's fiber. No, I'm not. I'm not in the middle of it. I'm kind of on the outskirts of a average-sized city. It's called The Company Sucks, and they fleece their customers. And that's not usually the first go-to I have. It's not my first go-to excuse. It's like, I chose to pay for it. I could lower my costs by getting slower internet or not having a data cap. But with Flight Sim already being what it is, it's nice to have the unlimited so I'm not worried about it. Like I said, I don't know the speeds specifically. Well... Oh, let's see what they say. App. Let's see. Go away. Go away. Yeah, there's only... There's only 2 other ISPs out there, and honestly, they're worse. Up to 500 megabits per second download. So half a gig. It's like I have the choice between Xfinity, AT&T, and somebody else. Metronet's trying to work their way into the area with fiber, but I've heard sketchy things about them. It's more than likely cable. Yes, we are. 545 nautical miles. I don't mess with any of that crap. I don't trust it. And from what I understand, I think it only works on NVIDIA cards anyway. I don't trust any of it. Works for some people, and that's great, but I'm too iffy. And like I said, today's been kind of an anomaly. I really only have issues when I'm running OBS. And with photogrammetry. Plus, I need to restart my computer and clear out my shader cache. It is the country with the single most amount of shoreline. That was a trivia question somewhere, and I don't remember where it was. And I was just like, two of the options were Canada and Russia. I was like, I almost want to say Russia, but I think Canada's got it beaten. Sure enough. Oh, stay free. So... Oh, that's how you do that. U.S. state or territory? Because if it was a state, specifically a state, I would say Florida. But I believe we have territories that are closer. Or you could do this. My closest to Africa. My money would still be on Florida. Because Puerto Rico's not a state. There's a lot of territories like U.S. Virgin Islands. Yeah, I'd have to go with Florida. Being specific about the state part. Really? Interesting. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. I need to look at gas, see where we're at. We're on the mains. Mains are about half gone. I'm gonna leave the outboard, what's left in the outboards, as emergency fuel. Which I should have left a little bit more in there, but I forgot. Try not to let the mains get under quarter tank. That's fair. That's fair. Inboards are still really good. So once my mains get down to a quarter tank, I'll switch back to the inboards. Wait until those get to a quarter of a tank, and then I'll hit my outboards mains. She's been real well behaved this whole time. So I'm color me impressed. She's been playing along real nice. As far as aircraft function goes. Have a good one, Larry. Thanks for stopping in and chatting. We'll catch you next time. I'm gonna bite you. Okay, turn that off and oh, 100%. It kind of goes back to something JW and I were talking about earlier today. Is just we're spoiled for choice with World War II fighters, but we need more planes like this and the C-47 and even the medium bombers. You know, like this thing and the 47 and the 46, they handle the logistics. And you don't win a war without logistics. I 100% agree, Ziffy. I don't know. I would like to see Microprose release their B-17, it being the best of what we can think of when it comes to Microprose. But Scott from A2A comes along and say, "Hey, let us make an expansion for it with AccuSim." So you'd be getting a Microprose B-17 with AccuSim technology. How cool would that be? True, but we'll see what they got. I'd rather give them the benefit of the doubt. Cautious optimism. Cautious optimism. That's what I give a Sobo every time I load the sim. I'm much less optimistic when it comes to when I go to work and say, what are we going to run out of now? Is it going to be a part? Is it going to be people? Or is it going to be a quality problem? An A26, a Catalina, B-25, A-20, a Heinkel. I really wouldn't mind Airplane Heaven bringing their Heinkel into the sim. Dauntless, Helldiver, TBM. Give fighters something to escort. Or give us more things for fighters to escort. Yeah, never touched that one. Older Sims for me, I was in a different kind of place, so I didn't really have a lot of payware stuff for the older Sims. Yeah. Well, yeah, but it'd be something different at least. There's a reason why they called it the son of a bitch second class. The more to the point is just we've got a lot of fighters. Let's give them something to escort. And Aeroplane Heaven hasn't said jack about their Lancaster in a long time. I mean, I'd rather if I don't like the Devastator, but it'd be nice to have a Fidelity one. Same kind of issue with the B-25, the one that's out there freeware. I gave it a chance and it's crap. I'm not gonna say no, but I find it a stretch. Not an impossible one, but we'll see. I just want things to escort. And here's another thing that grinds my gears. When I show up, let's say at Nellis, somewhere that's populated, somewhere that has people flying around and different stuff. If I show up in a KC-135 and I start circling, ain't nobody following me. Why? If I were in a fighter jet and I saw a 135 circling Nellis, I'd be up at that bad boy waiting for my turn at the gas pump. Or, here's the other thing. Back at Nellis, everybody's in this, that, and the other thing. I show up in a MiG-21, and I start flying around a little bit and then head off. Nobody chases me. Why? Why are you in jets doing nonsensical things when you could be chasing down the bad guy? Like, for the love of everything good and holy, you're in an F-22, I'm in a MiG-21, you're going to win. But it's the thrill of the chase. But no, they just want to sit there and do stupid aerobatics over the friggin' airport. Why? That's boring. That gets old after about 5 minutes. There's nothing like hitting the burner on, or at least going full mil power on a MiG-21 and hitting the deck in the middle of the desert trying to get away from something that'll kill you from, 20 miles away. Like, I don't understand it. If I'm doing just kind of flying around Guadalcanal in a Wildcat and I suddenly see something like a Betty or a Zero or something, I'm going for that sucker. I want to chase it. I can't shoot it down, but I can chase it, and that's the fun part. And that's what I think. I think they should add combat to Microsoft Flight Simmer, but make it like X-Plane where you have to opt in. Because from what, I don't know about X-Plane 12, but I know in X-Plane, at least, was it X-Plane 10, maybe 11? It's there. It exists. But you have to opt into it to be able to use it. And that's how it should be. If I don't want to opt into it, if I want to, stay out of it, and you're opted out by default. So if I'm not, opted in, I can't get targeted, people can't harass me with weapons, and it just, it doesn't do anything. That's how they should do it. It's not impossible to do. But for those that want it, they can go ham. I take so many people out over in Nellis that are just doing stupid aerobatics going, hey, look at me, I can float around in an F-22 on my nose. Oh, look at me. And now you went from there to everywhere. Like, I get, everybody has fun in their own way, and I don't have a problem with that. It's just, it's one of those things I don't understand, and I have nobody, there's nobody there to really explain it to me that does it. The only people that have tried explaining are people that think like I do, is like, it's not really fun and they're just doing whatever. It's just that I want to know what they're thinking. I genuinely do. It's like, do you not want to chase things? That's fair. And like I said, I'm not against, like, you want to do air shows? Cool, that's awesome. Air shows are fun. At least in the United States. Never been to an international one. But there's so much more enjoyment in being chased as there is in chasing somebody. And, using the terrain to be like, oh, crap, I have help. And then, you're running away from a pair of F-22s and a MiG-21, suddenly you run out of fuel. And you're, 500 feet off the deck. That's a pucker factor. Ask me how I know. I've done it. It's interesting. You know, I wish there was more people that understood. Hey, I'm going to go trade. You know, I see that I'm in an F-15, and there's somebody in a MiG-21. I'm going to go after that guy. Or hey, there's this MiG-21 just following me around. What's he doing? I'm just going to, whatever. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just asking too much. Like, and I'm one of those people that believes that military aircraft have every place in a civilian flight sim, because most of the flying that goes on anyway can be done in a civilian flight sim. You know, navigation, maneuvers, everything that's not weapons related can still be done in Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm making too big of a deal out of it, and that's fair. I just want to be chased sometimes, man. What? And I think, and actually, it confuses me more when it comes to being a tanker, because it's like one of the hardest things to do in modern military aviation is air-to-air refueling. And everybody wants a good refueler in the sim. If you see one just not, just circling around like it's waiting for business, why wouldn't you just go up there, hey, I'm going to try? Unless you don't have it. It's fair. Again, I'm probably making a mountain out of a molehill. But me, if I'm in a military aircraft, whether it's World War II, Cold War, modern day, whatever, if I see a bad guy or an aircraft designated in something that is not U.S. based, like if I'm in the middle of the American desert and I see a MiG-21, I'm gonna go have a look, because we don't have the IFF system to figure out whether he's friendly or not. So I'm gonna at least check him out. If he wants to run, fights on. Oh gosh, this song gets stuck in my head. 450 miles. Just about 2 hours. Been going live for 4.5 hours. Wow, that's a lot for me. And then I can hear some people say, just go play DCS or whatever, and it's just like, it's not the point. I've got nothing against DCS. I really don't. It as a platform is the best at what it does. But it cannot replicate the feeling of flying over my hometown at my local Air National Guard base, or out of my local Air National Guard base, and just being able to explore my home area in a military aircraft. You barely have equipment to run their F-14s. I can't go to Flying Iron's Discord without a couple of people just saying, oh, I'd love to see this in DCS, so can't you make this for DCS? It's like, I don't know. And from some of the stuff that I've heard about the licensing and whatnot with Eagle Dynamics, I don't know. It seems like I could be, Joe Schmo developer, but if I want to make an official add-on or an official module for DCS, Eagle Dynamics practically owns it. And I'm just like, no, it's mine. Yeah. Is like everybody loves their own sim. You know, I love Microsoft Flight Sim. I throw shade at X-Plane a lot, but it's good at what it does well. X-Plane is going to be great for those that do a lot of tube flying. Just is. Microsoft Flight Sim is great for VFR because I can look out the window and there is what should be there, basically. More often than not. And the seamless multiplayer in and of itself is, you know, that's a whole other thing. Get off the soapbox. It feels doing good. About 3/8. All things considered, this thing has been performing quite well. I think the only kind of glitch it had was probably a weather change when I started talking about an airplane having this vertical coming out of JFK. Yeah, I'm gonna have to spend some time in the DC-6 and learn that how to fly that manually. It's such a good plane. And this is actually what's got me wanting to do the DC-6 properly. Just because with the improvement mod, at least it's just a little bit more. But, you know, at its core, it's still a 30s design, so it's not exactly overly complicated. It would be neat to have a more proper military interior, but I don't think there's any photos of that exist. So that would be a bit much of an ask. I think cumulatively, well, the flight from Iceland to Lossiemouth, which isn't the right location in Scotland to land, was just under 4 hours. And we've been live, probably airborne, for about 4 hours overall. You know, taking 40 minutes to account for getting up and ready initially at Andrews, and then the bio break at JFK. And we're just under 2 hours left. So that puts us close to 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. do want to say thanks for everybody for hanging around. It's been nice to stream again and nice to see everybody in the chat. I want to say thank you for popping in on the 4th. Hey, I was happy to. Got some pretty good pictures out of the trip too. I'm just sad that I didn't see any fireworks. But it's been nice streaming again. I really have missed it, but it has, I have really struggled with just the mentality behind streaming. And that's been the biggest struggle, just with everything else going on in my life, and it's just it's been tough to just to have the oomph. I don't think they're all destroyed. I think a lot of them are still at Davis Mountain under very close watch, because otherwise they're in very close watch with no engines installed at museums. So my local one has a Tomcat and doesn't have any engines, and they keep close. Navy still owns it, keeps a close eye on it. Yeah. But you bet that they'd be able to whip them out of storage real quick if we needed to. I think the one at my museum's an A. It's flown in by Dale Snodgrass. Yep, it was an A. From what I understand, she's only going to New Zealand to get fully restored, and then she's coming back to California, I think. That's what I read. Only going to New Zealand for a thorough restoration. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Yankee Lady is a B-17. Used to fly around here in Michigan, and someone bought it. I've seen aluminum overcast. I've never been in it. B-17. In fact, it is the one B-17 that I've actually been able to ride on. Testing, testing. I'm still getting video, everything. B-17's, the Yankee lady is a B-17, and I had the fortune to get a ride on her once. Yeah, I said what I said. Yeah, no, it was a very fortunate opportunity. I was doing some work as the ramp crew or as ramp crew at the time, and they had an open seat. I know somebody out there made a sound mod for this, but they put it behind a Patreon wall. Basically is marshaling, helping with startup, moving planes around during air shows and that sort of thing. A little more hands-on with the aircraft as opposed to doing like FOD squad. Gosh, that was 8 years ago. Good grief. Jug change? Ah. Hour 43, 307 miles. Excuse me, 387 miles. Ground speed is 226. We're booking it. We got favorable winds. Check fuel. So what we're going to do, when we get down to 113 gallons, I'm going to swap back to the inboards. And I would like to think that that could possibly get us the rest of the way. Possibly. A lot of water. A lot of water and a lot of clouds. Definitely not gonna... I don't want to say I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, but... I don't want to rule it out completely, but I probably won't. Tomorrow I gotta make sure I get ready for work on Monday. So we're right about there. So we're Charlottetown. Just north of Charlottetown. This is yeah. I like the Tora show at Oshkosh. Nothing's gonna beat being a reenactor out in the bean field with B-25s, B-17s, and B-51s flying 50 feet over my head. That was an experience. Yeah. Yep. Nice. Yeah, they've always done a fantastic job with that kind of stuff. That particular show. Really want to. I really need to make it to Oshkosh one of these years. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to go to Expo, just because it is about flight simulation specifically, and I'm wow, I know that I'm going to see a lot of friends there. But at the same time, it's just like there's so much more going on with Oshkosh. Like it's over a week long, and you could be there the whole time and not see everything. You know, zero shortage of air shows, vendors, symposiums, workshops, whatever. You could literally go there, sit on the flight line all day, and be entertained. I would like to see Expo just, you know, let me rephrase that a little bit. I'd like to see more flight simulator related vendors, like if that would go to Expo. I'd like to see them make a presence at Oshkosh, because that's, you could go to Oshkosh, but if you don't see anything simulator related, you sit there wondering and go, man, I almost have to be rich to get involved with aviation. But if you know that there's flight simulation, that's your, that's a way in. That's a foot in the door. So I'd love to go to Expo, but I'd also love to see flight simulation vendors have more of a presence at Oshkosh. So you're seeing it on a computer, but you can go out and watch it for real, and get the whole thing. Because Microsoft used to be a regular at Oshkosh. I think they said they're skipping this year specifically because they're getting ready for 24. But it'd be really nice because it's not like a lack of space that vending space that is available at Oshkosh, but you could always get a whole building dedicated just to flight sim stuff and pack it, and people would be like, "Oh, this is a gateway into this where I can do a lot of stuff at home on a simulator and not have to spend the money to get in a real airplane until I save up the money to get in it for real." So part of me wants to change the music up, but The other part's just like, it fits with what I'm doing, so it just doesn't make sense to change it. I had a good soundtrack going last night for my test stream. A little bit of everything. The one Oshkosh regret I will always have is not going to Oshkosh with my dad as an adult. I wanted to get him there so bad because I knew he would enjoy it for one. But being able to share that experience with him would have been really something else. Because I know that I've been at Oshkosh with my dad as a small child, but I have no memory of it, which makes me sad. I wonder why they didn't just use the fuselage of the 307 as it was for the B-17. Because you would have had a lot more room for ordnance. And you still would have had plenty of room to put, gunner positions. You maybe redesign the front end a little bit for the nose gunner bombardier. They could maybe they could have squeezed some room and made a spot for a tail gunner. That would have been interesting. One of these days we'll get a proper B-17, and I will fly that thing forever. So right now, it's hard to get me away from the Huey. Done a couple short flights in the A6. Huey is really good. The downside to it is with my wrist issues, I can only fly it for so long before I need to stop. And then I don't want to stop because I like flying it too much. Yeah, done that a couple of times. I keep trying out the Blackbird T6 Texan, and I keep being disappointed. once once we get a proper B-17, the Royal Flush is going to get a lot of mileage. Tell you that. What I would like, and I don't know if you'd have the connections to do it, Splasher, but whoever releases whoever releases the right B-17 or whatever you want to call it, whoever releases a B-17, coordinate making a literally a package with a bunch of different, with all the 100th bomb group per se, like all the different planes that flew it. That way, if you had a group flight, you could literally have a flight with individual aircraft and no repeats. That's something that I've wanted. Because I think I mentioned this to JW once or twice. I would love to see someone do a package of just blue-nosed bastards from Bardney P-51s. Just a whole package with different, the different individual planes, so that you could have everybody in a plane from that squadron, but different numbered airplanes. To do that in a B-17 would be freaking awesome. Especially for group flights. That's fair. And it's just like, it's really the repainters that are going to have to do it, not the developers themselves. Because, outside of the nose art for just doing, even if they're just generically labeled, different, the different letter codes, it would tickle me. Different letter codes, different serial numbers. But that way everybody can be flying the same squadron, just with a unique airplane. Sort of, but you still have to have deliveries. And even then, it's still not individual people. It's just you have AI wing people in selected liveries. Say make a pack of like 8. Just random number. And they're each different, have different serial numbers and letter codes. And that way 8 people can, you get a group of 8 people and they can get in their own aircraft, and it looks so much more legit. I don't recall by name. If I saw something from them, I might recognize it. It's kind of like that song, in the back of your head, but you can't think of who did it. But you know the song really well. Excuse me. But that's always been kind of a thing that I've wanted with Warbirds. It's just, I want, I've seen people do it for F-15s and F-16s. They'll make a squadron and they'll have individual aircraft from that squadron. It's like, but I want to see it in World War II. I want P-51 or P-47 squadrons and just a pack of them. But need to pull the strings of some livery creators to be like what kind of money would I owe just to request to be like, I want just a set, a matching set with individual numbers and stuff. Because I think that would be cool. I think JW agrees. But to do that with fighters and bombers, it would make it would make doing some of these missions and recreation flights a lot more immersive, having that, at least the way it works in my head. I think it'd be cool. Like right now, I have all 5 liveries of the C-75, and either with airshow assistant or other players in the other 4 liveries, we could have a flight with all 5 of them all at once, and that'd be really freaking cool. Yeah, and it's just like, I'm all about flying what you want, but sometimes you want it a little more organized, where it's like, okay, we're gonna have B-17s from this squadron and P-51s from this squadron, and they're gonna all be in the correct squadrons. Cool. It'd be like doing something for the Tuskegee Airmen. That would be cool. There's a handful of P-51 liveries for them. I think there's a couple for the P-47, 1 or 2 for the P-40. Ah. Speaking of different air forces, I don't know what it is, but reenacting Dog Company of the 502nd to the 506 has really intertwined me with the 9th Air Force. Between troop carriers and A-26s and A-20s and stuff like that, it's just like, even fighter squadrons, it's just like 9th Air Force. Like, I really need to start looking into the 9th Air Force historically. Alright, going inside. It doesn't cause issues. Sorry. 300 miles, hour 19. Okay. Mains are just under quarter tank, so I'm going to move to the inboards. Engines still seem to be running. Double check time, 296, hour 18. Like, honestly, I wouldn't have minded somebody painting up the 307 as a B-17. It works well on the DC-6, but it would work well on these too, but nobody's ever done it. I kind of hope we get some sort of B-17 soon. The Microprose one, love them or hate them, it seems to be the closest one to release. And the one thing that really gives me a little bit of confidence about that is them showing off the Mighty 8 Redux, and the VR one. And if they're doing that with a VR, and they've got some, when you're doing a VR experience like that, you have to get the little details. That's what gives me confidence about the Microprose one. Just because they went and did a VR B-17, so there's a reasonable chance that there's a fair amount of detail in it. We'll all find out when it releases and people start flying it. I'm one of those idiots that'll probably get any single B-17 that comes out, because that's me. But I test it, so you might not have to. What is it? Uh, but that's why I'm optimistic. It really boils down to, at this point, texture details, how it flies, and what's going on. I haven't touched anything. Uh, yeah, but that's what gives me confidence about the Microprose one, and it seems like we're gonna get that one first. I'd like to think that we might get it soon. Well, and that's one of the reasons why I want Flight Replicas to finally do something with their B-24, because they've got like all of them. Even the passenger models, the Liberator Expresses, the C-87. Now, it is kind of unfortunate that both Flying Iron and Microprose are both doing the B-17G. It would be nice to have somebody do the F. Honestly, it'd be somebody neat to get somebody to do like a D or an E. Some of the early B-17s, because that would just be neat. But I'd also love having the search and rescue option, the firefighter option. You know, I think that would be neat. A B-29 eventually would be pretty cool. Uh, really like a Heinkel. I just think it's a very interesting looking airplane. We're definitely spoiled for choice when it comes to fighters, though. Holy cow! Yeah, they put them like fin down vertically. I don't think I've seen the high and the mighty, but it's just another use of the B-17 that doesn't get talked about a lot. I had a boat attached underneath it. Uh, get a proper DC-4 C-54, and you could, have a third option for the Berlin airlift. I'll have to look into it. But it's just like Yankee Lady never saw wartime. It, if I remember correctly, it was actually a firefighter. Oh yeah. I don't know. I've seen B-17s and it's just I need one to fly. For serious that's oh dear. Alright, hopping in the cockpit. I need to start turning on some lights. At hour 9. Yeah, and that's what I like. I like different. I mean, that's why I do what I do. You start telling people things they already know, and they just get bored. But you tell them something new and interesting that's a little niche. Just like, oh, didn't know that. Yeah, it sticks. 5.5 hours. I think the longest single stream that I've done was like 7. Oddly enough, was flying DC-6 and down to Tegucigalpa, I believe. Oh, this has been a long flight. It's one of the. Trying to think. I did a short flight in the A310 a few nights ago. I took off out of Vancouver and landed at an airport that really wasn't made for an A310. Not think of how long that was. I don't think it was that long, but it was. you know, made up for distance speed. It was just barely into the California state line. That might have been actually the evening of the 4th. Yeah. To me, flying these is a bit more, feels more proportional. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's just like the speed and distance and the time all kind of like make sense. Well, I will say, for a ground speed of 224, we're really cooking. Before, I was only getting, because our indicated is about 185. Before, I was getting the ground speed of maybe 190, 195 maybe. We're going well above that. That'll do it. Certainly not complaining. Definitely not doing these legs on a work night. Let's just put it that way. Because I already know from Reykjavik to Lossiemouth is about 4 hours, so it shouldn't be much difference to Prestwick. And then London's probably another couple hours, or maybe an hour. Any escorts always welcome. Currently, we're on our way to Gander. We're kind of over water right now. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, fine. You don't want to work. That's awesome. We are... Whoopsie. Oh gosh, no. That's 16 hours. I don't have that kind of momentum. Baby steps. I will probably do leg 2 from Gander to Iceland next Saturday, though. Yeah, it's like, I'm already running out of steam, and it's only 5.5 hours into it. And I've still got an hour to go. We are nearest is Charlie Delta Alpha 5 on the North Europe server. One day I'll be able to do Allison Johnson length streams. That's not today. Or tomorrow. Or next weekend. But once we do get a proper World War II bomber, you better believe I'm going to be doing some full-length missions. You know, not just going to the target, but coming back. She's remarkable. I mean, not only is she a wonderful person and a fantastic streamer, she's just got somehow got the endurance to do 12+ hour streams. I couldn't. Like I said, I think the longest one I've ever done was like 7 hours. And that took it out of me. I'm still struggling right now. I'm 5.5. And it's the first stream I've done in like 6 months. Like, first actual stream. We're nighttime, so we're going to actually turn that off. And we're going to use this to go to boop, night ops. Just, just feel the stress of the whole flight there and back. That is what amazed me. Yeah, well, see, that's the wonderful thing about being the streamer, though. I get to hit the autopilot, and everybody gets to fly off me. I get the easy part. Other than, saying, turning here and doing this then, and open your doors, and bombs away. Although that's kind of up to the bombardier, but that'd still be me. And the best thing is, I don't have to worry about hitting a target because it's Microsoft Flight Sim. I can't try, doesn't work anyway. But I can fly the mission. And then we've got 109s and eventually a 190. Got Allied fighters. We can have the whole shebang. And if we could get a bunch of squadron deliveries for the 110 or the 100th bomb group, even if it's a D model for an interim period, because I know Airplane haven't made an F and a G, but we still haven't even heard anything about their Lancaster. Unless they've got a team already working on their B-17 package, unless they've got something that they're going to pull out of their sleeve soon, I would put Aeroplane Heaven's F and G package way behind Flying Iron and Microprose. Yeah, it's getting a little soupy. We're right on the tip of the island near St. Andrews, Codroy Valley. CDA 5. Uh, 218 miles yet. Well, probably probably 200 miles start descent. Land ho! Last stretch. Less than an hour. Appreciate everybody hanging with me. I know I'm not the most energetic, but it's really been good to stream again, see everybody in chat again. Boy, I picked off a big flight, didn't I? Couldn't have just flown from, DC to JFK and to Boston or whatever. No, let's go to London. Let's take Ike to London. There's Buzz and Cherry. And Kipusi. I need to shave and a haircut. It's gray ugly. I think I've been streaming most of the time that JW's been at work. Uh-oh, we lost Buzz and Cherry. Or I lost Buzz and Cherry. Raggy. I wonder who's gonna be on. Future rate. Sorry for those coughs again. The silly closed captions make me laugh. Oh. Yeah, we'll see who's on a little closer when we touch down. That was helpful. Sky Vector's METARs are saying that the ceilings are about, 13,000 or 13,000 feet. Hopefully it breaks up. I'll find a little break in the clouds. Pardon me. Still got quite a bit of distance. One thing I don't remember is if this airport is lighted or not. That seems like something I should have figured out. I want to say that it has lights, but I don't know. Yeah, we still got plenty of time before we have to think about descent. So I'm planning on starting to descend about 20 miles out. It's not like I have to drop far. So we're only at 9,500. I don't know what pattern altitude is. Pattern elevation's about 1,500 feet. So that's 8,000 feet. That'd be 8 minutes at 1,000 foot per minute. if we did it about 10 minutes out, would probably work a little better. The distance. Yeah, I got 46 and change. I'm going to check fuel because I'm paranoid. Oh. Okay, left outboard, left mains. Yeah, so we're on the inboards. About halfway through the inboards. Should be okay. And this is decent B-17 practice in my book. Almost the same airframe. Well, there wasn't much to look up before, and there's even less now. It's been a long flight. Yeah, wind's dying down a little bit. We're down to 212 ground speed. Let's see, now if I did 500 foot a minute, gentler descent, 16 minutes. Cloud. Ooh, pardon me. That came out of nowhere. I didn't actually select an approach. I was more or less going to do a visual, and I don't even know a runway. I should probably look into that. Let's see. Winds 220 at 10. So runway 21. Oh, pardon me. Runway 21 at least. Oh, good. Lighting, good. Runway 21 it is. Visual approach. Localizer performances. Oh, nice. Uh, 12.7. Uh, 38 minutes. Alrighty, sure. That looks weird. Yeah, I think my GPSs are both shagged. Because even this one's just... Yeah, most of my GPSs are kind of broke. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Starting to think that the improvement mod might be interfering with a couple of things. Give up the ghost. Create. It doesn't mean a whole lot if my GPSs are broke. And this doesn't have an ILS system in it. The GPS broke and it broke my autopilot, so I have to go to heading mode. It was behaving for 700 miles. It behaves for 700 miles, and then it's just like, nope. I might have fixed something. Okay, I fixed something. Alright, that crisis. Some figured out. It's nothing like trying to do things and all of a sudden, oh, by the way, your GPS board. It's like, well, I got eyes on something out my there. Somebody is. It's those gremlins. Kazaki, let me know when you finally get out of the suit. See what the bottom of the clouds are at. So looking like they might be broken at 2,500. Just trying to overcast the ticket broken at 13. Oh, that's good. I am on live weather. Let's see, 21. 7,000. 14. Two and a half minutes. That's not what I wanted at all. That's what I wanted. That's 24. It's about 3.5 minutes long. Do, 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 do. 24A, huh? Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Haven't done it yet, so woo. What a comeback, huh? 20. So it's about 20. 60. Good. Fuel. Okay, we're gonna go back to mains because it's still technically the most full because quarter tank on the mains is 113 gallons as opposed to 57. So, well, fullest tanks. Alright, so 2100. 500 feet a minute. Now we're going to power back slightly. While I see Kozaki's name tag in the pitch black of darkness, much to the same as Kapustik. Well, we're in for it now. Maybe? At least it makes me know that I'm not alone. I've got the road to my left. The classic Murph line. Follow me, don't follow me. Speaking of dangerous, I'm going to do something real dangerous real fast. And all was well with the realm. Fuck the wheel. I see the airspace circle on the GPS. That's a good sign. 1,800 feet, scattered showers still 40 miles out of Purdue. And I've got eyes on a small field to the left. Not our field. Closing in on 7,000 feet. At least the music keeps you calm. Past 6,000 and continuing down. Passing 5,000 feet. Passing 5-5. $4,900 descending still. Almost at Verdue. Looks like Kapustik's at Verdue. The airfield should just be over there in that pit of darkness. Coming up on Verdue. Passing 3,000, descending. Passing 2,600. Roger. Okay, switching to heading mode. No. Holding at 2,100 feet. Uh-oh. Okay, going to go down to 8. Oopsie daisy. Oh, that's awesome. Well, folks, it's going to get real spicy real quick. Okay, I'm descending to 1,800 just in case. You never know, that couple hundred feet might make a difference. 300 feet. But I am going to reduce power. So, Rich. After Kita, you should be on runway approach. Minimum 704. Wow. Roger. Roger. I've got the runway. I got it a little lower than you. I got it like 1,000 feet. And that's how you impress generals. It's like, how do you keep your job? Impress government officials. Whew, that's a nail biter. I'll make you question some decisions right there, I tell you what. Kozaki, I got the runway about, I don't know, 900 feet to 1,000, somewhere in there. It was pretty low. But don't waste time typing because focus on your landing. You know, it could be 800 feet. Kapustik got it at 1,500. I didn't get it till 900, 1,000. Nicely done, Kozaki. Nicely done. Woo-wee! Decent weather the whole time, and then right at the end of the airport after flying for hours, it just decides to be like, haha, no, you get raid. Ain't that just a kick in the head? Break set. Alright. The battery card out. Good, you got down safe. Okay, that's good, that's good. Why are you freezing? Alright, lights. Well, how about that, folks? Not much light at the field, so we'll dial it back for the sake of a nice screenshot to end the stream. Ah! I missed the parking spot by a little bit. Oh well. Okay, it's gonna look a little different on your screen than it does mine, but bear with me. I don't know what to say, everybody. I really appreciate everybody following, coming on the stream, and it's the first real stream I've done in a long time, and the subs, the gift subs, Kapustik's amazing generosity, and just the company was just fantastic. So thank you so much. It really does mean the world to me. Yeah, I've missed this. We're not always going to do these long super streams, but it's nice to know that I can do them when I want to, and that people stick around, and it's nice to see everybody come back after me being gone for so long. So we're gonna see who's on. What's he up to? Looks like he's still flying for a while. So, okay. See. Gonna do a raid real quick. Yeah. I don't know what else to say without waffling on too much, but I'll try to post something in my Discord next time I stream. Kazaki, feel free to post in my Discord when you're going to stream or what you got planned ahead of time so people can come in and watch. But yeah, until next time, be good to each other. Stay safe out there. I love you all. And see you next time. First things, buttons.